God, my phone is so fucking slow. Actually, cannot take any longer to open Discord. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ, fucking 2 day would be nice. Holy balls. Fucking 2 day. Christ on a bike. Okay, is the mic working? That's the main thing I need to worry about. Okay, the mic. So yes. That is a certified yes, so the mic is working. Okay. Part 2 of this fucking tier list. First part, we got decent amount. Got the Straw Hats and the Supernovas. Got all them done. And yeah, we got Shanks and Buggy. So we got 2 of the Oncodes, the rest of it, and then just the rest of the characters. Hopefully we should get this all done in one stream, because most of these are going to be one and dones. Hopefully they're one and done, so I don't have to think too hard about where they're going to be placed. Actually, before I do anything, I need to make some changes, because I thought about these changes last night. I think I want to move everyone here down. Everyone past Gear 2 Luffy, I want to move down to High New World. Because I think putting all these characters in base, at least, is kind of... I think Law stays Warlord. But everyone else, I think, should move to High New World, except for maybe Luffy, who I think could be in... No. Even then, no. I think putting him in High New World. I would think maybe moving Gear 2 to Low New World. I think that looks better. Yeah, I think that looks better. I might move Whole Cake Island, Nami, and Brook down. Also, we'll see how we get on. But I think keeping Law and Jinbei here, because at this point they were both warlords, or at least Law was a temporary warlord. Jinbei during Marineford was a warlord. So I'm gonna make that adjustment, and then we can move on. Actually, I think Dressrosa Luffy should be Low Warlord. There. Okay. Time to start adding new characters. Blackbeard from when he fought Ace. This is... Yeah, Blackbeard is going to be weird to rank. Okay. Blackbeard when he fought Ace. So this is pre-Gura Gura. Pre-Gura Gura no Mi. Blackbeard. It's High Warlord. Is he beat? No. Okay, this is weird. This is where the 8... Alright. This Blackbeard is hard to rank solely because of Ace. Because Ace is either... We'll get to Ace when we get to Ace. But it's so fucking weird to rank him. And by proxy, it's hard to rank this specific Blackbeard. Because... Okay. He should be... Fuck, where do I put you? Because he can go in so many places. He can go here, 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 or here. It just depends on where I put Ace. Because that's like the direct comparison this Blackbeard is up against. But alright. This would also take into consideration Blackbeard from when he showed up at Impel Down for a bit, where he broke out the rest of his crew, the level 6 prisoners from Impel Down. So where the fuck do I put him? Because where the fuck do I put Ace? In comparison. Fuck. I hate this so much. Because I feel like... Because he should technically be here in Warlord next to Jinbei. Because Ace, Jinbei, and Blackbeard, they all fought each other. Not at the same time. Ace fought Jinbei and tied. Ace fought Blackbeard and he lost to Blackbeard. But I think putting Blackbeard in Warlord, especially when he just has the Yami Yami no Mi, that feels too low. Yeah, that feels way too low. That the Yami Yami is like one of the most broken devil fruits in the fucking series. But who can I compare him next to though? I think he has to be here. Maybe above Jinbei. But... Okay, he's beating all of them. I think Jinbei is also. So maybe he's High Warlord? But I feel like Jinbei should also be High Warlord. At least in Marineford. Maybe not. But I can't put Ace in Warlord. Because of a certain someone that he fucking fought against. So maybe he does go High Warlord. Fuck! I don't know! I fucking hate this. Ace fucks us all up for everyone. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of High Warlord, but I think he is gonna have to rise to Low Yonko Commander. It's so daft. It's so fucking stupid because of Ace. And then this is Whitebeard after he got the Guru Gurunami on Marineford. So this is just acquired the Guru Gurunami from Whitebeard's corpse. I think by this point, I think it's pretty well established that he's at the very least low Yonko. I was going to put him in Yonko, but I think in this form, he should bare minimum be low Yonko. He's got 2 Yonko abilities, basically. And then... bless me. And then, this is current Blackbeard, where he has mastery over both Devil Fruits. I think he is pretty confident. Yonko, is he beating Bonnie? I'd say so. I'd say he's beating Bonnie. I can't see him beating Gear 5 Luffy. Not yet, at least. We haven't seen enough of Blackbeard to warrant him being placed above Gear 5 Luffy. And I don't think he's beating Kaido or the Elders. And he might beat some of the Elders. Well, we'll see, actually. That'd be interesting to talk about. Can Blackbeard defeat the Elders? Not all at once, no. Luffy wasn't either, though, that's the thing. Not all at once. They had to flee. Whoops. What did I just press? That feels right, putting him there. Because he has to be here by proxy. He is a Yonko. Other than Buggy. Whose name isn't Buggy, he has to be there. This is Prime Whitebeard. I think I could pretty confidently put him in Pirate King. It's explicitly shown so many times that he is the rival to Roger. So I think Prime Whitebeard being here makes perfect sense. Like, this is as close to Pirate King you can get without being Pirate King. He is the rival to the Pirate King. He fought with him multiple times, and he didn't have Giga Cancer at this point in time, so he was stronger then than he was before he died. Speaking of which, Whitebeard during the Marineford, I don't think he's high Yonko, because he has Giga Cancer. So I think putting him in just Yonko makes perfect sense. He is still a fucking absolute behemoth, and he was impossible to take down. By that logic, he might just be high Yonko then. Like, he was throwing so many fucking hands during Marineford, he might just still be high Yonko. That feels weird, though. Like, is Old Man Whitebeard with Giga Cancer clashing with Kaido and Big Mom? I'd say he's clashing, but I wouldn't say he's winning. He might be like the very bottom of High Yonko, even with Giga Cancer. Because he was eating so many injuries during Marineford. Why is my ear twitching? Holy fuck, stop. Ace, as a kid, is kind of a monster. There's a reason why I put him in here. Even as a kid, I think he's like East Blue. Like he's beating Usopp. I don't think he's beating Sanji, but I think he's pretty confident East Blue. He's beating like grown ass men pretty fucking handedly. Like against Blue Gem and Torch Me. And then, alright, here we go. Character I was absolutely dreading to fucking rank because plot. Okay. Ace, before he died, was only shown at most here. At the Warlord tier. He fought against Jinbei in a 10-day battle, and it was a draw. It was a 5-day battle. It was 5 days. 5-day battle, it ended in a draw. Before he died, this was the extent of his power. But, because of flashbacks, Ace was shown to fight against Yamato. Now, it is not shown that the Yamato Ace fought had the devil fruit. Yamato doesn't imply that he has it or show that he has it. It's just base Yamato. Still, if he's fighting base Yamato, he goes all the way up to High Yonko Commander. Granted, Ace was a Yonko Commander. But that means Ace, in his prime, lost to a High Warlord Blackbeard. This is where it gets very fucking confusing. Because Ace should be in any one of these tiers. It depends on how much I fucking wank him. But at the end of his life, okay, I'm gonna put him. He has to go like at least low Yonko Commander. That's the thing. He has to be at least here. Who is he beating in the same tier as him? I think he's beating... Alright, he's beating a rogue. Is he beating Doflamingo? He might. He might beat Doflamingo? That's fucking crazy to say, though. That's a wild thing to say, that Ace can beat Doflamingo. Okay, yeah, actually, no, hold on. Is a rogue beating Doflamingo? No. No, absolutely not. Because Snack could just be dog shit. That's why he was replaced immediately when he lost. Is Ace beating Cracker? Cracker kind of hard counters Ace. Because all he would be doing is hardening the biscuits to make them even harder to break. Because at least for when Luffy fought Cracker, she was softening them with rain tempo. I don't think Ace could beat Cracker. I think he beats Doflamingo, but I don't think he beats Cracker. So maybe he has to be low Yonko Commander. So I have to move Blackbeard up a few pegs. I don't think he's beat. I don't think Blackbeard is leaving High Warlord, though. I just think he's moving up the list a bit. Where is he? I can't see Blackbeard beating anyone above him. Like, in... maybe Brook. But I can see... not Sanji has the way of harming Blackbeard. He's got Haki. Nami's got Zeus. Robin... what does Robin have? She also doesn't have Haki. She could break his back, I suppose. And Brook can freeze him, I guess. So no, I think him being a High Warlord still makes sense. He was just... Ace was bloodlusted when he fought Blackbeard. So I think he wasn't, like, thinking properly when fighting Blackbeard, and Blackbeard just out-damaged him. Because Blackbeard's a tanky motherfucker, so he can just sponge hits. So yeah, I think Ace has to be low Yonko Commander. Sabo in Dressrosa. Sabo in Dressrosa is weird. He's weird. He's okay. What's Sabo? What did Sabo do in Dressrosa? He got the Marimariname youth. He did he one shot? Yeah, he one shot Burgess. That's something. To be fair, this is Burgess pre his Devil Fruit. He one shot Bastille. Just pre him getting his Devil Fruit. He clashed with Fujitora, but so was Doflamingo, and Law, and Zoro. So I think Fujitora is holding back in Dressrosa. I think... okay, at the bare minimum, I think Sabo has to be... he's below... he obviously has to go below Luffy from Dressrosa. He has to be. Because he's not beating Doflamingo. I think putting him behind Zoro is safe. I think putting him behind Zoro from when he fought Pika is safe. Because I can't see Sabo beating Pika. And I think the Law would put up a good fight against Sabo. So yeah, I think putting him there is safe, I'd say. And then Zoro... ah, fuck. what is up with the Marimarino me fuckers being impossible to rank? Okay. This was Sabo when he was in Reverie. So this is where he saw Eames sitting on the throne at the top of the world. This is where he saw Cobra get assassinated, and this is where he saw all 5 elders at the same time. Now, I researched this because I was making sure when I was putting all the characters on the list. He's not going there, by the way. I'm just putting them there. When I was researching this, I was thinking, oh, do I have to make a separate Sabo for Reverie? And I was looking, like, what did he do? Because I know he did something, I just couldn't remember, so I was thinking, okay, what? When Sub was at Reverie, what did he do? What he did was he used Flame Fist, and it forced every single elder in the room to transform into their beast form. Granted, we don't see them at this point because we still don't know that the elders have hybrids or that they have powers at all. But they all transform. Now, this could be implied in two ways. I think one is more likely than the other. I think they transformed because of two reasons. One, they wanted him dead ASAP. Because he walked into sacred ground, he was shown the person that no one else should know about. And he heard what they were going to do about the Void Century and about Pluton, all the ancient weapons and shit. He heard all of that. So as soon as they found that he was there, he was like, oh shit, we need to transform now to kill him now. Because we cannot let him live. He lived. Or, I think that's the more likely reason why they all transformed. It's just to try to kill him as soon as possible. Or, if you want to wank him, they all transformed because they saw Sabo as big enough as a threat in order to warrant them, all of them transforming. Not just one, all of them transforming. I think that's bullshit. I think that reason is completely bullshit. I think it was more likely that they transformed just to kill him as soon as possible. Where does that put him, though? I don't really know where to put him still. I'm gonna put him in Yonko Commander. Because he's clearly strong. I'm not gonna downplay Sabo. I'm not the biggest Sabo fan. But I'm not gonna downplay him. He is strong. We just haven't seen him do anything in like a big fight. It's just implied that he got stronger. Because Shonen. But he did survive. He did escape. So that's something, I guess. So I think putting him in Yonko Commander, it's just a safe place to put him. As kind of bullshit as it is. Boa Hancock. Oh, cool. Ooh. We're on the Warlords now. The Warlords are going to be fun to rank. I was looking forward to this, actually, the Warlords. Boa Hancock is mad underrated. I know where I'm putting her, but I'm just saying, she's mad underrated. No, she's not going Yonko. She's not going that high. But I think putting her in Yonko Commander is A, funny, and B, kind of true. It's kind of real. I think putting her there, it's funny to put her there. But at the same time, her devil fruit's kind of fucking broken. Like, I'm sorry. She's got a really broken devil fruit. There are only, to my knowledge, or at least that that are like implied, there are only two characters immune to her devil fruit. It's Luffy because he's the main character, and Fujitora because he's blind. You can resist her devil fruit, as shown by Momonga, but it involves self-harm. He stabbed his hand in order to like distract himself from her beauty, so he wouldn't get petrified. So he had to stab himself in order to fucking like not get shit on. But if you don't have like a form of self-harm that you can do, her devil fruit just kind of just fucking wins. I know bounty also doesn't make it. Bounty doesn't mean shit for the power scaling, it just doesn't. But her bounty is very high. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it's like, is it 1.8 billion? Don't fact check. I couldn't be asked to fact check, but she has a very high bounty. So she's clearly a threat. All the bounty system implies is how much of a threat. Sometimes it doesn't mean how strong they are. It's just like a implied threat to the Marines. So she's clearly an implied threat. Granted, I do think the Marines were smoking so much crack, sending fucking Kobe to capture her when the Warlord system did get abolished. Like, bro was gonna get his ass handed to him until Blackbeard showed up. But she's not beating Blackbeard, I'm sorry. But her delivery was shown to work against Vasco Shaw and Katarina Devon and the rest of Blackbeard's crew. So, and she was gonna keep them like that if the trade deal didn't fucking work out, or until Rayleigh didn't show up. I think putting her a Yonko commander makes sense. Like, I'm sorry. It just makes sense. I'm glazing the fuck out of Boa Hancock, I don't care. I'm also gonna glaze the fuck out of Mihawk, I don't care. Mihawk is stronger than Shanks. I'm gonna let that sink in. I think Mihawk is at the same level as current Shanks. That's gonna piss people off. But it's implied that when Shanks lost his arm, I talked about this when I was ranking Shanks also, but it is implied that when Shanks lost his arm, Mihawk stopped fighting him because he didn't want to, because he wanted to be a fair fight, i.e., both arms. I mean, I don't really think I can leverage anything lower than that. I don't think I can. I'm sorry. Because this could also be Mihawk, like, talking out of his fucking ass. I recognize that, but if he says it, then I think it's like, I think he has to be above Shanks, or at least like on par with Shanks, because we don't know how much of a fucking nerf Shanks losing his left arm was. It's just implied that he got a little weaker, but that could be like nothing in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I'm putting Mihawk in Pirate King. I do not care. I'm not moving him. If you want me to move Shanks, then sure, I will move him down to High Yonko. I'm not moving them. Like, these two are, in my eyes, on the same level, but Mihawk is stronger. They're going to be like right next to each other constantly. Doflamingo, this is non-awakened. He has to be here, below Gear 4 Luffy. Gear 4 Luffy is like shown to be stronger because he's overpowering him, even with the awakening, so I can also put the awakening Doflamingo here. I know Doflamingo has a lot of glazers, because he's a cool villain. I will not deny that Doflamingo is a fucking badass villain. But like, there's a big jump in power between like between Whole Cake, from Dressrosa to Whole Cake Island. There's a massive jump, and between Whole Cake Island and Wano, there's an even bigger jump. Also, I don't like Sanji being this low. I'm gonna move Sanji up. I don't think he's beating Doflamingo. In Whole Cake Island, I don't think he is. But I think he's like putting up a good fight against Doflamingo in Whole Cake Island. Anyway, back to Dofi. Yeah, he's High Warlord. There's no questioning that he isn't High Warlord. He might be Low Yonko Commander, if you really want to fucking glaze him. But, I mean... the only person he might be is Jack. But that's not because I'm calling Jack strong, I'm calling Jack weak. I think Doflamingo could beat Jack. That's Kuma. That's hard to tell, but that is Kuma. Kuma! Okay. Egghead scaling moment. Egghead scaling moment. Kuma's Yonko. Or, alright, no. That feels wrong. He's low Yonko. Egghead moment. I mean, Kuma fucking punched Saturn. He did fucking substantial enough damage to Saturn with one punch. Granted, he was completely bloodlusted in that punch. And he's also weakened. It's actually... Putting him below Yonko actually does make sense. As batshit as that fucking is, that does actually kind of make sense. If you think about it for more than 2 seconds, I feel. I don't matter, right, if I have to move him, right, he's going below Kid. Because Kid kind of just hard counters him. Because he's made of metal, and Kid just manipulates metal. And I think he is... I think by that logic he has to also go behind Law. Because I think Kid and Law are pretty equal. But I think putting Kuma in low Yonko because of him punching Saturn, I think that makes sense. And he's also crazy fucking durable. Like, insanely durable. He might be like, other than obviously the Elders and Eam, who are just immortal, he might be like the closest thing to immortality. Him and Blackbeard are just pure, like, tanks. Just sponging fucking damage. But then Moria, I think Moria is like barely Warlord. He's barely fucking Warlord. He might even be low Warlord Moria because he's really shit. He does fucking nothing. But I'm sure someone is gonna mention... Oh, in a flashback, he fought against fucking Kaido! I'm like, yeah, he fought against Kaido. Guess what happened? All of his crew got murdered. And it drove him to insanity. That he got all of his crew murdered, so he stopped, he got mad depressed. And it just started using all the it just created a zombie army to do all of his work for him because he was too fucking lazy to do shit himself after he got his whole crew murdered. Like, he's at Warlord by proxy of him being a Warlord, but he's going below Jinbei because Jinbei one-shot him, sorry. Your ass. Your fucking ass. Murray, I'm sorry. Alright, Crocodile. Crocodile is fun to talk about. But he's also, like, kind of wank. Okay, I'm gonna put Crocodile at the very bottom of low Warlord. He is a Warlord, yes. But during Alabasta, he was kind of an idiot. Because he only gave a shit about fucking. He only gave a shit about his devil fruit. Like, he just saw his devil fruit as, like, oh, that's my win con. Cool. So he didn't, like, do anything to, like, practice, like, hand-to-hand combat or, like, anything else. It was all devil fruit spec. That's why he was so confident that he could take over Alabasta. Because compared to, like, what he's usually used to, he could not fathom anyone stopping him. And then guess what? Someone stopped him. Granted, it's because of plot. And a lot of bullshit. That clash with... Oh no, this is just Alabasta. Crocodile. I made sure to separate him. I made sure to separate Crocodile into 3. So Marineford, Crocodile. Okay. I love glazing Crocodile. I'm glazing the fuck out of Crocodile here. I'm glazing him. I don't give a shit. Yeah, that's right. That's why I put him there. Yeah. You get it, Sage. You get it. But like, Crocodile and Marineford's a fucking monster. he's clashing with fucking everyone and surviving. Because alright, clashed with Doflamingo, clashed with Mihawk, clashed with Jozu, clashed with fucking Akainu, and he barely takes any damage. Like, he's clashing with so many fucking powerhouses and he just gets away with it because he's a fucking Chad. I always glaze Crocodile. Is Low Yonko Commander too high for him though? Am I glazing him too much? No, if I were glazing him too much, he'd be fucking Pirate King. I love Crocodile. No, we're not doing that. Then for Cross Guild Crocodile, he gets even stronger. He is like explicitly shown to have armament hockey now, which is broken with his sand. So I kinda just want to put Crocodile at Yonko Commander. I think he's beating Hancock. Is he? I don't think he is, actually. I don't think he's beating Hancock. But then again, I also think he's beating Sabo. Is he beating Katakuri? I don't think Hancock beats Katakuri either. So I think I have to put base Luffy back here then. Advanced observation hockey. He might. Mihawk definitely has it. Well, Mihawk definitely has advanced observations hockey. His whole shtick is that he's got hawk eyes. He could definitely see into the future. I think every Yonko has advanced observation hockey. Because Rayleigh has it. So I think Mihawk definitely has it. Crocodile might have it, but I don't know. Can you see Crocodile, and Hancock for that matter? Can you see both of them beating Katakuri, Sage? Because I don't. And I do not glaze Katakuri. I'd rather not Katakuri. Are they beating Snake Man? No. Not for Katakuri, but do you think they're beating Snake Man? Like Snake Man when Luffy was fighting Katakuri. Because I haven't put Katakuri on the list yet. No one's Snake. Do you think they're not beating Snake Man? I think they are. That'd be an interesting fight though. I'll keep them here then. I'll keep them below Snake Man. Boa for sure. No. Bruno for sure. No, but Croc I might say with Glaze. Okay, so you think Boa's stronger than? I don't think Boa is stronger than Crocodile. I think Crocodile. No, I think Boa is stronger than Crocodile. Because her Devil Fruit's hacks. Her Devil Fruit's straight up fucking hacks. I don't care. That's why she is as high as she is. I'm glazing the fuck out of Boa Hancock because of her Devil Fruit. I'll keep them there for. I'll keep Crocodile here then for now. Because I'm telling you right now, Katakuri is actually not even going to be in Yonko Commander when we get to Katakuri. Kaido in the Rocks flashback. Kaido in the Rocks flashback. Okay. So this is before he ate. So this is Kaido before he ate his Devil Fruit. This is interesting. His Devil Fruit does a lot of the fucking heavy lifting, I must say. Well, not really though. I think Low Yonko Commander makes sense for like young Kaido. Because you gotta remember, like, he's the weakest. He's shown to be like the rookie on that crew. But you gotta remember who else is on that fucking crew. It's Shiki, Big Mom, and Whitebeard. Like, yeah, no shit, you're a rookie compared to them three. I think putting him low Yonko Commander makes sense. I can't justify him being anywhere, like, I can't justify putting him above, like, Crocodile or Ace. Because he hasn't really, we don't know what he has, it's just implied that he's strong, but Rox's crew is mental. And then this is base Kaido. He's Yonko. He's a Yonko. I think in base Blackbeard is beating him. And I think like Egghead Luffy. Like Egghead Luffy when he fought Lucci, I think is also beating base Kaido. And then Dragon Form Kaido I think has to be high Yonko. Kaido's a fucking monster. He's so fucking strong. Oh yeah, I said Whitebeard loses to Kaido and Big Mom in Marineford at least. Hybrid Kaido above base, above Dragon Kaido. Hybrid. Every Zoan hybrid user is implied to be stronger in their hybrid form than they are in their full form. I don't make the rules. That's just how Zoans work. Then Flaming Dragon Kaido, like right next to Bajrank and Luffy. Kaido's easy to rank for now, at least. So like once we get more characters, it's going to be more difficult to rank. Any comments, Sage? Do you think I should? Because I feel like you're going to mention Whitebeard being below Kaido. Big Mom. Well, you're fucking looking at what I do think. Okay, this is Marineford Whitebeard. So this is Whitebeard when he's fucking dying of cancer during the entire war. That's why I think he's below. If I were talking about a hypothetical Marineford Whitebeard where he isn't dying of death throughout the entire fucking battle, he'd be here. But he's not. I might even fucking... Okay, here's a question for you. Is current Blackbeard beating Marineford Whitebeard? They still took out everyone to defeat Whitebeard. Whitebeard killed himself, though. He let himself die at the end. I would love to glaze Whitebeard. And to be fair, Whitebeard was not making many attempts to dodge fatal attacks. Like, in the manga, he got half his face blown off by a Akainu. So, like... And he's got a big fucking hole in his chest from Akainu also. And he got stabbed, like, 200 times, shot 500 times, hit with a cannonball like 40 times. I can't justify putting Whitebeard above Kaido. I cannot. Not in goodwill. And bear in mind, Kaido was going to Marineford with the sole reason to kill him. Durability alone, I have to agree. Kaido's also really fucking durable. Kaido got his heart punctured and lived. By the way, Sage, since I have you weren't here for the first stream. Do you have any complaints so far? I know you can't see the full list. But do you want me to move anyone at the moment? Because you're like the next person I have. It's like you and Ronan, but I think Ronan's here. Did I grab that, Big Mom? I didn't. I'm at work, so I'm in and out, but I see what looks good so far. Good. Good, because I've... Law above Kid, as it should be. Okay, then yeah. I was gonna say, like, in every other scenario, Kid is above Law, except for this. But I'm viewing these two as like completely fucking equal because they both got jobbed by Shanks and Blackbeard. But in every other scenario, I'm actually putting Kid above Law, barely. But that's because Kid is more offensive. offensive than fucking Law. Big Mom in the Rocks flashback, I think explicitly. I think she's obviously explicitly above Kaido. And I think she's like... I want to say she's like a low Yonko. Like, this is technically her in her prime. But we don't know, like, what, like, that... We don't know how strong she was in her prime. That we don't know if she has, like, Hera. She obviously has Zeus and Prometheus and Napoleon, but we don't know, like, everything else. But I think just putting her low Yonko, like, during the Rocks flashback is pretty safe. Because right after Rocks died, I think, like, a couple of years later, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard all became Yonkos around the same time. Then this is Big Mom, mainly on the rooftop of Onigashima. So this is her. This is her without Hera. Okay, her. All right. Without Hera, I think Whitebeard could beat Big Mom. Big Mom is very fucking hacks, though. She's really tough to rank, Big Mom. I'm not putting her a whole tier below Kaido. She's very fucking strong, though. I guess I'll put her next to Dragon Kaido because on the rooftop, at least, above Gear 5 Luffy form. Well, this is Luffy. Okay, this Luffy specifically was him fighting Lucci, where he was like totally dicking around. Like, he was not taking the fight seriously at all against Lucci because he was manhandling him. So this Luffy here, I wish I could zoom in. This Luffy here is like the end of Egghead. End of Egghead Gear 5. That's why he's above everyone else. But like this Luffy here is totally dicking around against Lucci. But he doesn't use Kaminari, he doesn't use fucking Bajrang Gun, he doesn't use Dongali, he doesn't use anything, he's just using the stretchiness that Gear 5 gives him to fuck around with Lucci. That's why I made the distinction of adding a separate one. And this one here, by the way, is Gear 5 Bonnie. It's very hard to tell. I recognize that. I wish I could zoom in. Actually, can I? I don't think I can. Hold on. I can! Oh! Yeah. I might just keep it like this. Just so we can see better. I think I'm gonna put Big Mom next to Kaido. Solely because on the rooftop they're about the same strength. Like, they're both shitting on all the supernovas up there. And then this is with Hera. So this is when she was fighting Awakened, Law, and Kid. I think she is... I think she'd be above Hybrid Kaido. I could see her being above Hybrid Kaido. Because that's kind of like her ultimate form. And it's the same with like how Kaido with the flaming Bagua, that's his final form. I think putting I might be glazing Big Mom. I think Pinnacle there is like okay, because if we look, Awakened Lot here, Awakened Kid is here. They're still in low Yonko, so if the two of them team up, it's like not unbelievable to suspect they could be a high Yonko. Who's next? Roger. Alright, this is easy. This is the easiest ranking of them all. Pirate King. He's Pirate King. Next. It's as shrimple as that. Doesn't get any more complicated than that. Kozuki Oden. Human, obviously. No. Oden. Oden is really... I always find Oden really hard to rank. Because we have to, like, take into consideration, like, obviously the year gap between the flashback and current Kaido. But if we're to assume that Kaido just stalemated in strength from when he fought Oden, then Oden has to be here above Full Dragon. Kaido was shitting himself when Zoro even had a glimpse of Kaido's strength. He was like, of Oden's strength. He was like, oh fuck, this reminds me of Oden, and he starts shitting himself. But that might be Oden, guys. This could also just be me glazing the fuck out of Oden. That feels right, though. I think Oden was super strong above base Kaido. Yeah. I don't think he's unquestionably Yonko level. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, he's Yonko level. I might move... You know what I'm tempted to do, Sage? I'm tempted to take Oden, Dragon Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, and moving them all just to Yonko. What do you think? Because I think High Yonko is getting really crowded. I think that looks better. So what, moving them down? Do you think that would be better? Or just keeping it as is? It's getting crowded in High Yonko, and it's going to get more crowded. I don't want there being, like... I don't know. Because you got to remember, all of the elders are going to be High Yonko. So that's automatically 5 more to the row. So I am tempted to move Oden, Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard down. I'll keep it as is then. Yeah, I'll keep it as is. It's okay. Old Man Rayleigh. Old Man Rayleigh is actually tricky to rank because bare minimum he has to be low Yonko. He himself says that he's not beating Blackbeard, so he has to be below Blackbeard. And I also just cannot see Rayleigh beating base Kaido. Not an old man, at least. No. I think putting him low Yonko is A, funny, and B, kind of based. Because he deserves it. He's a fucking animal. I kind of want to keep him there. I think he's beating Law. He's beating Kid. He's beating Kuma. He's beating Luffy. He's beating Blackbeard Big Mom. An old man Rayleigh, I think it's pretty fucking. I think Prime Rayleigh is beating current Blackbeard. Based on what he says, at least. Was Odin that much stronger than Rayleigh, though? That's what I'm looking at. Was Odin really gapping Prime Rayleigh that much? Right. He might be, but I don't know. But I'm keeping. I have to keep Rayleigh above, or at least on par with Blackbeard. Maybe he can go below Blackbeard. But based on what Old Man Rayleigh says, I don't think, if I were younger, if I have a chance to beat him, then sure. And then Scopper Gabon, I think, is obviously below. I think there. Okay. Is Prime Rayleigh beating base Kaido? In base? Because I think Blackbeard beats base Kaido. Okay, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just looking at Bonnie, Gear 5. She has to be there. I don't know why. It didn't feel right at the time putting Gear 5 Bonnie on the same tier as Luffy, but she kind of has to be. And then is Gear 5 Lucci fight beating Blackbeard? He might be. That looks better. But then it's just a question of, is Prime Rayleigh beating Kaido in base? I don't think so. I really can't see it. It'd be really close. But then that just looks better having Rayleigh and Gabon next to each other because they're like equal. Marco. Ooh. I love gassing up Marco. I love glazing my boy. I love glazing Marco so much. I think Marco is beating Zoro at the end of Wano. I love glazing Marco. It's my favorite thing to do because I love Marco. Like, okay, he is without a shadow of the doubt high Yonko. I just like putting him above Zoro because it's funny. I'm gonna move on. I don't want to move him. I like him being here. I think when it comes to Egghead, like I think it's both Sanji and Zoro. Like Sanji deflects a lightspeed kick from Kizaru. I don't think Marco's doing that. In base, Sanji does that shit. He's not even using Diablo Jumper. Actually, is he using Diablo Jumper? I think he was. But still, I don't think Marco is deflecting a lightspeed kick from Kizaru. Because even Kizaru was like, what the fuck? How the hell do you do that? And then Zoro's clashing with Nostura. And completely shitting on Lucci. So. But by the way, I do not know why I included all the fucking Whitebeard Division commanders. Because most of these guys are fodder. Jozu? Okay, Josu's not fodder. Like, he is a Yonko commander. It's just like the question of like where in Yonko Commander. I think above Crocodile. He damages Crocodile. But I think Josu could beat Doflamingo. I can see it. I don't think that's like an unreasonable thing to claim. Maybe that is. Actually, maybe that might be like crazy. That might be like one of the most craziest claims I've ever said. I think Josu beats Doflamingo. He might though. But I think putting him above Marineford Crocodile is fair because he's like one of the few characters that like is just that Crocodile takes damage from. Granted, it's not much damage. Sure. And I think he has to be below Ace because Ace is ranked higher as a division commander than Josu. But I think he has to be low Yonko commander by proxy of him being a Yonko commander. Same with Vista. And I think Vista just has to be low Yonko commander. Like, very bottom. He clashed with Mihawk. And Mihawk, like, knew of him. When they clashed, me, I was like, so you must be Flowers Word of Vista. I've heard of you. And Vista's like, I'm honored. I'm honored that you heard of me. I'll make this a good fight. So I think Vista also has to be very, very fucking bottom of low Yonko commander. I don't think he's beating young Kaido, though. I don't think Joseph is either, actually. Because that's Kaido. It's still fucking Kaido. Most of these shitheads are all going to be in the same tier. Flamenco. I mean, he just like has to be fucking. Sage, are you still here? Because I want to get Sage's opinion on this. Sage, if you're still here, say something in chat. Because I want to get your opinion. As the only other qualified individual. Okay, do I put all of all of Viper's division commanders in low warlord or high new world? Like, obviously, other than Jozo and Vista, but every other, like, fodder shitter. Because nearly all of them are featless. Except for, like... the only two I can think of that aren't featless are Curiel and Izo. That's because Izo is in Wano. But other than that, everyone else is featless. You know, I'm actually gonna move Moria. Just looking at Moria. Every time I see Moria, I'm gonna move him lower and lower. Because he's fucking ass cheeks. Put the ones with no feats in New World. Like regular New World or high New World? Because I don't... They are still division commanders. High? Okay, I agree. I was going to say, they are still division commanders. So they can't be weak. I think they're... I feel comfortable in saying, like, oh yeah, I think all of them could be, like, the Dressrosa. Like, I think they're beating Dressrosa Zoro. I feel... That feels right. So, Namuel, Namer can go there. And obviously they're going to be, like, 6. Flamenco is a higher division commander than Rakuyo, so... And vice versa, so... I think the only two that break that norm is Curiel. Because Curiel... I don't remember if this is filler or not. I think it was filler. But Curiel fought Moria. And he seemed confident that he could fight, that he could beat Curiel, but like he beat Moria, but I don't remember if that was canon or not. That might have been filler. King Du goes there. Haruta goes there. Atmos goes there. Speed Judo goes there. And then Fossa. Oh, I lost it. Where are they? Oh, they're there. Lost them. Why can't I zoom to the left? Let me zoom out to... Let me move to the left, you bitch. There we go. Fossa behind Speed Judo. Okay. I think the only... Oh, okay, the only one that has a feat is Izo. Because he's in Wano. So Izo has to be higher by proxy. Because he does something. I think Izo goes right. Ah, oh, fuck, where am I putting Izo? Sage. Where do I put Izo? I feel like he has to go low Yonko Commander. Because he... Okay, who does he... He dies fighting a Maha, who's a CP0 agent. Like, cool. Like, I feel like he just has to be low Yonko Commander. But but then I have to raise the question, Is Iso beating Doflamingo? The Doflamingo is like gatekeeping High Warlord. Can I see Iso beating Doflamingo? Iso beating Dofi doesn't seem right. Most characters in Lo Yonko Commander beating Dofi doesn't fucking feel right. Like, Apu and Drake beating Doflamingo doesn't feel right. Okay, Drake's does. Yeah, no, Drake's does. Apu doesn't. Whole Cake Island Arc Jimbei beating Doflamingo doesn't feel right. Ace beating Doflamingo doesn't feel right. But, like... I mean... The 11 Samurai together have an attack that's close to Odin, so scale 1/11 Odin. Well, one of 4 of the Scabbards. Ace Glaze is always right. If anything, I'm lowballing Ace. You were not here for me struggling to rank Ace, and by proxy struggling to rank this Blackbeard, because continuity is a bitch when it comes to Ace. But yeah, 1/4 of the samurais were able to have an attack that was close to Odin. Not even close, but like scratched. Kaido. Iso was not one of them 1/4 of the samurais. I think Iso... Guess where am I gonna put Okay. Guernica has to be above Drake. Because he beats Drake. Iso lost to Maha. He got killed to Maha. And Maha is weaker than Guernica. I have to keep him here. I have to keep him here. Because the Wano scaling is bullshit. Wano scaling is so cheeks that you have to just like suck it up and put Iso in Lo Yonko Commander and say that he beats Doflamingo. Kinemon goes above Iso. That's clear. Is Kinemon... Where am I going to put Kinemon? Post-Wano scaling in general. Yeah, because it's just like... Every character in Wano is like just got a crazy fucking buff. Like, I have Nami in High War. I have Nami in Wano in the same tier as Doflamingo. Because Zeus is stupid. Zeus Amp is crazy. Where am I going to put Kinemon? Because Kinemon is strong. I do recognize that Kinemon's a fucking strong character. Okay, actually, here, alright, I figured this out. Because I have Frankie and Robin in High Warlord below Doflamingo. Okay. Because they beat the Tobi Roppo. The Tobi Roppo, at least Black Mirror and Sasuke, are not beating Doflamingo. Are the Scabbards beating Doflamingo? Are the Scabbards beating Black Maria and Iso? And Black Maria and Sasuke? No. So I think they have to be High Warlord. Instead of putting him in low Yonko Commander. Is Izo beating Zoro fight Hawkins and Zoro fight Kamazo? No. Is Kinemon beating Zoro fight Kamazo and Zoro fight Hawkins? I think so. Is Kinemon beating Black Maria? Maybe. So I'd put him here. That makes... Does that feel right, though? Is Apu so much stronger than Black Maria and Sasaki? Because I'm keeping Drake here. Drake has to be here. Below Soba Mask. Because he lost to Soba Mask. But is Apu beating Cracker? I'd say he would. Cracker's shit. Cracker's dog shit. Alright, Apu has to stay there. No, he has to be there. Apu has to be next to Drake because they fought alongside each other against CP0. So yeah, I think putting Kinemon below Black Maria, who's the second weakest Tobiropo, makes sense. I think Kinemon is beating Page 1, who is the weakest Tobiropo. So I'll keep him. I'll put him when I put Page 1 unless he has to go below Kinemon. Denjiro has to go next to Kinemon because they're equal. They're equal in terms of strength, Kinemon and Denjiro. If anything, Kinemon is stronger because... But, okay, but then... I have to ask myself, because Denjiro killed Orochi. Where am I going to put Orochi? Because I think Orochi is stronger than Doflamingo. Orochi has to be stronger than Doflamingo. Or maybe he's not, because Orochi's shit. God, I hate water scaling. It's so ass. Orochi's stronger than Dofi. That's what I'm thinking. Like, there's no way he is. He got jobbed by fucking Denjiro. There's no way. Yeah, I cannot, in any good mind, put Orochi above Doflamingo. So, okay, I know. Okay, someone I will put above Doflamingo is Dogstorm, because Dogstorm is kind of cracked. I will not lie. I think Dogstorm is right behind Gear 4 Luffy when he fought Cracker. I will glaze Dogstorm here because he's fighting, like, in base, both him and Cat Viper are like dealing with Jack before Jack has to use the Coral Gas to defeat them. Granted, it's Jack and he's dog shit, but Jack is a Yonko commander. So I have to put Dogstorm in base in Yonko commander. And then Sulong, Dogstorm. I think has to go top of low Yonko commander. I think Dogstorm is beating Drake. No. I do not think that. Yes. I've thought about that before. I think I brought that up to you, but I think Drake is stronger than Jack. So yeah, I think Sulong Dogstorm has to be there. But then this looks weird. Because that's barely a jump. For now, that's barely a jump. And then Cat Viper is the same. Like right next to base Dogstorm. And then Sulong is also right next to base Dogstorm. They are the two strongest scabbards, though, I will say. Just from them fighting Jack and Perispera, they have to be the strongest. Kawamatsu. Did Kawamatsu fight anyone during Wano? I legit do not remember. I don't think Kawamatsu did fight anyone. But he's a scabbard, so like they're all like relatively equal. I just think he's weaker than Kinemon and Dendro because he wasn't part of the. He wasn't part of the four that did that blow to Kaido. And then Raizo. It has to be around the same. I think Raizo is above Kawamatsu. Maybe even above Dendro. But I think Raizo goes there. Kanjuro sucks. He's ass. He's like right there. Actually, no, I think he's weaker than Aizo. Kanjuro's really shit. He gets killed by fucking Okiku, does he not? He was like explicitly shown to be the weakest scabbard. I think Kanjuro has to be there. He's so shit. Ashura Doji. Okay, I think Ashura Doji is definitely above Kinemon. I think Ashura Doji is stronger than Kinemon because Ashura Doji did damage to Jack. And they had a brief little scuffle. So, again, that's just downplaying Jack because he's dog shit. Actually, Ashura Doji might be Black Maria at least. I don't think he's beating Sasuke, but he might be Black Maria. But that might be contentious. I think it's just better to group the scabbards together. Okiku, I think, is Cheeks, but I guess she has to be like right next to Kanjuro. I don't think they actually like properly fought. I think Okiku just did the finishing blow because Ashura Doji fought Kanjuro, did he not? And then Okiku just like killed him. My memory's a bit hazy. But I think putting her next to her brother makes sense. She's not beating Kamazo or Hawkins. So, I'm sorry. Shinobu. I don't know why I included Shinobu. Does Shinobu fight anyone? I don't think she does. I'm legit trying to remember if Shinobu fights anyone during Onigashima. She only does support stuff. Yes, why the fuck did I include her? I might just not bother ranking her. Because it's impossible to, like, say like how strong she is because she doesn't fight anyone. She just you can like you could only scale her to Raizo because she's a ninja. But I don't want to put her next to Raizo because Raizo actually fights someone. He fights Fukurokujo. And he deflects the Boro Breath from Kaido. So like, she's not doing that. I might just not rank Shinobu. I just included her because why not? Momonosuke. Okay, this is alright. This is like Green Bull fight Momonosuke. So this is when he knows how to do the Boro Breath. I actually quite like him being there. Actually, I was just looking at it. Like, because the Boro Breath is strong. It's still fucking. It's still like a base dragon form Kaido, but Momonosuke himself just doesn't have Kaido level strength. He's completely carried by the fruit. I cannot justify him. I can't justify putting him anywhere higher than here because he deals damage to Aramaki. He doesn't beat him, but he deals damage to Aramaki with the Boro Breath. And he still has like the durability of Kaido. So he has to be like at least here. I like him being like right next to Rooftop Zoro though. I actually quite like that. And then alright, Yamato. Base Yamato. So this is without the devil fruit. If we're going by ace scaling, she's... Okay. The ace scaling is bullshit. I don't care. She has to... In base, she has to be comparable to base Luffy. Or maybe even like a... Is base Yamato beating... Okay, base Yamato's beating Who's Who. She might be like very... In base, she might be very bottom of High Yonko Commander. In base. I can't see her beating Queen and King. Not in base, at least. I can't see her beating them. But I also can't see her, like... I think she's on, like, the same level as Kid, Luffy, and Law on the rooftop. Like, I feel like she'd be dealing, like, the same amount of damage as they will in base. That feels right. And then Hybrid Yamato is clashing with her father. I'm not putting her in High Yonko though. I'm not putting her in High Yonko. I think in hybrid form she's Yonko level. Is that too high, though? Am I glazing Yamato? I might be. Is Hybrid Yamato beating Awakened Kid and Law? I feel like she would. If she's clashing with fucking Hybrid Kaido, like, they're not clashing with Hybrid Kaido. They're barely beating fucking Big Mom. I'm keeping her there. Let me move Shinobu to the bottom. just so she's out of the way. I've still got so many characters left to go. Holy fuck. Okay, once again, I don't know why I included Hyogoro. I think he has to be. Is putting alright. Hyogoro is not beating fucking Snake Man Luffy. He's not. But he does teach Luffy Rio. That doesn't mean shit though. I think Hyogoro can go like here. Below Kanjuro. Then Hyogoro in his prime. Was it ever implied how strong Hyogoro was in his prime? I'd have to double check that. Because for now, I'll just put him next to him like as he is now. I can't remember if it was ever implied how strong Hyogoro was in his prime. Carrot in base. It's kind of cheeks. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fucking ass. In base at least, yeah, she is. Gosh, she doesn't do anything in base, does she? Other than blitzing Zoro. By that logic. That doesn't... I hate that though, no. No, she is not going above fucking... I think putting Carrot, like, right above Dressrosa Zoro, like, in base Dressrosa Zoro makes sense. She's not going above this Zoro that fought Pika. But I think putting her here makes sense. I might have to zoom out a little bit there. Carrot and Sulong? Okay, Carrot and Sulong's a big buff. It's a big buff, but at the same time it's really not, because I don't think she goes anywhere above Warlord. She's stronger than Nami and Brook in Whole Cake Island, yes. I don't think she's beating Sanji. Like, this is Zoe. Sanji, I don't think she's beating Zoe. Actually, she might. I'll put her there. I'll glaze her a bit. I don't think she's beating Big Father, though. Actually, that's just raised a fair point. Can I see any of the Scabbers beating Big Father? Because how the fuck can they? I think no. No, I can see them beating Big Father. Pedro the Goat. I think Pedro the Goat should be comparable to Whole Cake Island Brook. Or at least, like, stronger than Whole Cake Island Brook. Because they were partners throughout the entire arc. And Peckham's... Where's Peckham's going? I think Peckham's goes here? I think? And then Sulong, Peckham's. I don't think Sulong Peckham's is like as strong as Carrot in Sulong. Wanda can go right next to Carrot. I don't care. I don't know why I added. Where's Carrot? Where did I put her? There she is. Same with Sicilian. Like, I think they're just like all on the same level, like Carrot. And Base, they're all on the same level. Okay, Katakuri. Okay, he's Yonko Commander, yes. He's beating Who's Who. I think he has to go here. I can't see him beating Rooftop Zoro. Like, I have to move Momonosuke down then. Maybe Momonosuke's like... Maybe Momonosuke's here. I cannot see Zoro beating... I cannot see Katakuri beating Rooftop Zoro. Because Rooftop Zoro is a monster. And I cannot see him beating Base Yamato. Although maybe... Maybe he is just like Yonko Commander. Maybe he like... Oh, it's so hard to say though. Is Egghead Jinbei beating Katakuri? That's really tough to say. I don't think he's beating anyone in High Yonko Commander. No way. I guess he just has to be here. Like, I think he's like the benchmark for Yonko Commander. I think Yamato beats him. Even in base, I think she beats him. Paris Pero has to be below Cat Viper. Paris Pero is kind of a fucking monster, I can't lie. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm glad you agree, Sage. Because I thought you were going to glaze the fuck out of Katakuri, so like, oh no, he should be high Yonko. Like, he's not high Yonko. But I think putting Paris Pero... I think Paris Pero is the second strongest child behind Katakuri. I think Paris Pero is stronger than fucking Cracker. And then Cracker goes... Okay, Luffy only beat Cracker because of Nami helping. I think realistically, Cracker is stronger than Luffy. But I kind of just want to put him below Luffy because it's funny. But I do think Cracker is stronger than Ace. Because Ace can't really do anything to beat Cracker. Whereas Jinbei can. I hate Paris Pero when that man is strong. He is... bullshit. He gets a really stupid, crazy buff in Wano. Considering he was the only child to actually fucking make it to Wano. Everyone else got killed. That's not confirmed. Smoothie has to go in Yonko Commander just because she is a Yonko Commander, but I'm putting her at the very bottom because she has no feats. Oven. I put Oven right below Whole Cake Island Sanji because Sanji blitzes Oven. Like, I bet Oven is not beating any of these stupid bastards. I don't think Oven's even beating fucking Big Father. Like, how can Oven beat the Big Father? He genuinely can't. So I might have to move Sanji down. Yeah, I'm moving Sanji down. I can see Sanji beating Big Father. Yes, the Oven has to go there. Daifuku goes right behind Carrot because Carrot beats him. Opera. Where does Opera go? He defeats a weakened Luffy after fighting Cracker for 10 days straight. So I think he just goes here. Yeah. I don't know why I bother putting Amande, Gala, and Montor. They're all equally featless. I think Amande and Gallic can be put above Nami. Actually, no, I think they go right below Nami because this is before she gets fucking Zeus. So maybe they all just go in low Warlord. Okay, Moria's beating all of these idiots. Maybe Moria. Okay, I think Moria has to gatekeep low Warlord as much as I want to shit on him. Nah, yeah, I think they at least above. I think Gear 2 New World Luffy goes above these two. I don't think Lucy like bases. But yeah, Montdor can also just go here because why not? Baron Tamago loses to Pedro, so he goes right below Pedro. Albur loses to Zoro, so he goes right below Zoro. If I can find him, there. And then Queen loses to Sanji, so he goes there. And then Jack loses to Dogstorm, so he has to go there. I do think Drake is stronger than Jack. Don't at me. Jack is so shit. He's so fucking fodder. Ulti. Okay, I know she loses. I know she gets beaten by fucking Nami. But Ulti, I think, is the second strongest. Well, third if we're counting Drake. So I think she has to be. I don't think she's beating Doflamingo. But I think she is beating a rogue. And then page 1, I said Kinemon beats page 1. I think most of the fucking Toby Rope are actually beating page 1. He's really shit. Yeah. That I can't see page 1 beating these 4. Or these 5 rather. Black Maria goes right behind Robin. I think she's beating these Toby Ropo though. Sasaki goes right behind Frankie. And then Who's Who. I think Who's Who is like comparable to Jack. Like outside of Drake, he's the strongest Toby Robo. He just gets like the worst matchup imaginable because it's fucking Jimbei. But I think Who's Who is. It's Who's Who I don't think is beating Doflamingo. He just gets completely shouted on because he has the worst matchup of them all. Guernica, I said, goes above Drake, so he goes above Drake. He beats him. Okay, Orochi. Alright, we made it to Orochi. Orochi. Is Orochi, like, he has to go below Denjiro. Because he loses to him. But that means Black Maria is fucking beating Orochi, which I don't like. Maybe Orochi's just really shit. Maybe we just go with that, because he has to go below Denjiro, because Denjiro kills him. And Fukuro Kojo goes below Raizo, because Raizo beat him. Gyukimaru, I think it's like on par with Kamazo Zoro. Maybe a little bit. We'll put it there. Kuzan during Marineford is a beast. Okay, he's kind of a fucking beast. As are all the admirals. I think every admiral is Yonko level. But where? In Marineford specifically, I think he goes there. I think once Blackbeard got the Guru Guru no made from Marineford, I think he could beat. But, well, is he? No, I don't think so, actually. There. He's beating base Luffy. There. And then on Hachinosu, when he's fighting Garp. When he's fighting fucking Garp, he's crazy. I think he's high Yonko. No, he cannot be above Blackbeard. Okay, he's right next to Blackbeard. It's gonna put him above Blackbeard. I think he's like comparable to Blackbeard on Hachinosu when he's fighting Garp. Like, he has to be. Because he's fighting fucking Garp. Burgess during Dressrosa is kind of cheeks. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's like barely. I don't think he's beating Dressrosa Luffy in base. He's like really weak. Because he gets fucking jobbed by Sabo, and Sabo's there. And then once he gets the strong fruit, he definitely goes up. I'd say he's Yonko Commander once he gets the devil fruit. Just wearing Yonko Commander. He has to be here by proxy of him being a Yonko Commander. But where? I don't think he's in high. I don't think he's like. I think he's low Yonko Commander. I can see him beating everyone in low Yonko Commander actually. So maybe he's just like top of low Yonko. Maybe even just like putting him like above there. I think putting him there actually kind of makes sense. I don't think he's beating any of these shitters. Shiryu, this is impelled down. Shiryu, who's kind of a beast actually. Shiryu's really strong, even before he joined Blackbeard Pirates. Like, he's like, I think he's stronger than Crocodile. Because he was feared by every level 6 prisoner, including Crocodile. So I think that just has to put him, even before getting the clear fruit, he has to be low Yonko Commander. He's shitting, he's making everyone shit themselves. And then with the clear fruit, he's like, with the clear fruit, I think he's. It's implied that he has to be like. It's implied that he's the one fighting Zoro. So I think no matter what, I have to put him above Zoro, bare minimum, because I don't think we're at that point where Zoro is like fighting Shiryu. Dude, fair, this is kind of. I'm kind of glazing him. I'm kind of glazing Shiryu. But if we're going that the Blackbeard Pirates are going to be the final antagonists, then he has to be above Zoro. But it's just not blatantly clear that he's above Zoro by this point. But he's going high Yonko Commander because he is the second in command to Blackbeard. Van Augur. I think putting Van Augur right behind Burgess is safe. They were both kind of like helping when they were on Wiener Island. Like, they were doing shit at Wiener Island. The Warp Fruits are very strong Devil Fruit, especially for Van Augur as a sniper. But I think putting him in Yonko Commander makes sense. Avalo Pizarro. I don't think he's at the same level as Van Augur. The Island Fruit is very strong. It's a very strong Devil Fruit, but I don't think it's like. We haven't seen enough evidence to suggest that he's above. Like. Maybe he is, though. I mean. If he can change the island he's on, which I guess he could, doesn't have to assimilate to one specific island because he's going to be useless then at the end of the fucking saga. So I think maybe Avalo Pizarro has to be above Burgess, just from what we've seen from Hachinoso. That does not mean Kobe is above. That does not make Kobe Yonko Commander, by the way. I'm going to point that out when I put Kobe on the list. He's not there. Doc Q. Okay, Doc Q I cannot. Like, where do I rank Doc Q? He has to be low Yonko Commander by proxy of the fact that he is a Yonko Commander, technically. But I can't justify, like, an actual, like, ranking on him. Because we just haven't seen enough of him. Same with like Vasco. Like, I'm sure he's strong, but I can't justify putting him anything other than low Yonko Commander. And then Katarina Devon, same thing. San Juan Wolf, same thing. And then, did I move someone? I did, I moved Chopper. I heard my mouse click, and I'm like, wait. And then Lafitte. I don't even want to rank Lafitte, he actually hasn't done anything. We have no idea what Lafitte is capable of. I cannot rank him. I feel like I move someone else. Maybe not them. Prime Garp. I don't have to. He's equals the rival to Roger. I have to justify it. Stronger than Whitebeard because he was direct rival to Roger. So. And then Old Man Garp, specifically when he was fighting on Hachinosu, right next to Kuzan. In fact, maybe even above Kuzan. Because he was holding back. Actually, they were both holding back, fighting each other. I think Garp is beating base Kaido, though. But he's definitely Yonko tier. Even in his old age. Because Galaxy Impact just fucking... Right, I will... Kobe, easy. He's a human. And then Kobe, when he clashed against Luffy in Water 7, he gets jobbed, like, fucking instantly. I'll put him there. He's obviously stronger. But I can't see him beating the Straw Hats when they're in Skypiea. Like, I really... Actually, no, I could. Yeah, I just don't think he's above Luffy in Skypiea. And then, Honesty Impact, Kobe from Hachinosu. This is hard. He's a hard one to rank because it's a very... Sage, are you still here? I don't know where to rank this Kobe. Kobe Big Pun. It's so fucking... Because I don't want to put him here. Because he's just not beating anyone. Fucking low Yonko Commander. And I don't think he's beating Doflamingo. Or Who's Who. Like, I don't think he's beating Ulti. Like, who the fuck could he, like, theoretically beat? Nami. Like, he could beat Nami. Actually, could he? He could blitz her, yeah, probably. No, he could blitz her. I guess I... Does it go below Sabo? Do you think, honestly, Impact has taken Doflamingo out? But Doflamingo's faster. I feel like Doflamingo could just react to it. Because there's no way Kobe is, like, dealing with the awakened string fruit. Maybe he is. Do you think Kobe beats Doflamingo? I really can't see it. I'll put him here. I could not envision Kobe. I don't know. Doflamingo sliced up a fucking meteorite from Fujitora. I don't think Kobe. Doflamingo. No, there's no way Kobe is destroying the meteorite that Fujitora brought down when he fought Doflamingo and Law, and Doflamingo sliced it into cubes. Like, there's no way Kobe is damaging that fucking meteorite. I'll put him below Doflamingo. I think he does beat the Tobiropo now that I think about it for more than 2 seconds. I think he does beat the... Yeah, I think he's beating the Tobiropo bar Drake. Because they're... Who's Who and Kobe are, like, kind of similar in terms of, like... In terms of, like, abilities, because... Who's Who was a CP9 member, and Kobe knows the... Rokishiki, just like Who's Who. It's just the honestly impact, I think, just deals more damage than anything Who's Who can do. So yeah, I think that's... Putting him below Doflamingo, as batshit as it is, does make sense. And then Helmeppo, Kobe there, above Kobe and Human. And then in base, like Enies Lobby, he's below Kobe, and then current Helmeppo is like Cheeks. He's like nowhere near Kobe's strength. I'd say he's New World. I think he's like... I just want to put him at New World. Because I can't see him like being above anyone else, Helmeppo, because he's dog shit. He has no feats. He beats Buggy though. Does he? Yeah, no, I'd say he beats Buggy. I'll give Helmeppo the benefit of the doubt on that one. Prince Groose is definitely stronger than Helmeppo, but I don't think he's stronger than Kobe. Is Prince Groose even in High Warlord? I guess the clay fruit is a strong fruit. But like, who's it beating? I don't think it's beating any of the Tobiropo. Prince Groose. I saw... Is he beating, like, Oven? I don't think so. Is he beating Dressrosa Law? Okay, is he beating Pika? No. I think he beats Brook, though. Like, current Brook. So I'll put him there. I'll put him below Sabo. It's hard to, like, rank these characters because they've only been, like, in the series for like such a little amount of time. Right now, he has to go like below Jinbei. I cannot. I think Blackbeard has to move up. I think Blackbeard is like beating most of the Tobiropo. He's definitely beating the Scabbards. Where do I put Blackbeard? I feel like he beats most of the Tobiropo and the Scabbards. But he's not beating Doflamingo. Bear in mind, this is just Yami Yami no Me. Blackbeard. But the Yami Yamino is really fucking strong Devil Fruit. And I feel like it would just like hard counter everyone who doesn't like. It would just hard counter most people in this tier. I think is he even beating Kobe? No, I think he would. No, I think he beats Kobe. Yami to be Blackbeard. I think he beats Kobe. Yeah, I think putting Prince Groose below Marineford Jinbei makes sense. But also, Jinbei's just a good counter to Prince Groose. Actually, would it? Doesn't water, like, harden clay? I think it does. I don't know why Peckham's is above Jinbei. That's kind of cap. That's kind of cap. I put Prince Groose in just Warlord. Then Kujaku. I don't think it's as strong as Prince Groose, same as Hibari. Like, they're just not shown to be as strong as Prince Groose, but I feel like they're on the same tier. Tashigi against Monet is like so ass. I think she's like barely above Helmeppo. Because she is so fucking. There's no way she's beating like the General Frankie. Like, she's just not beating Frankie. Gosh, she even beating Brooke? I don't think she's beating Brooke. She's so weak. God, she's not. I don't know. She's not even beating Master Point. This bitch just might. She might just be low New World. She's so ass. Because she's getting folded by Monet. Tashiki's just dog shit. I feel like I have to put her there. She's so not strong. She's so dog shit. What do you think, Sage? Do you agree that she's barely beating fucking like New Fishman Island Nami? She's so okay. All right, you agree. She's she's just got nothing going for her. She barely has like. She has like so like little armament hockey that she can't even deal with fucking Monet. Pre-time skip Smoker. Oops. Pre-time skip Smoker, I'd say, is like there. Like high Grand Line, because Luffy's still like, because Luffy still doesn't have armament hockey, so he's beating like all iterations of Luffy no matter what, because he just doesn't have armament hockey, and the Sea Stone Prism just shuts him down completely. But I cannot justify putting him in New World. But I'll put him at the very high Grand Line. You might even be like the gatekeeper for high Grand Lines, pre-time skip Smoker, and then Smoker in Punk Hazard. Where did I put Law? Law's not. He's not going there. He is not going there. I think he's above No. No. Okay, I'll put him below. I'll put him below New World Monster Trio Smoker. That's me kind of glazing him. I might move the Whitebeard Division Commanders to like the very bottom of High New World because I don't like to imagine Smoker losing to any of these bums. They're still High New World, but they're at the bottom because they're feetless. I think Smoker being below Sanji is like that seems right. Because I think Sanji could defeat Virgo, whereas Smoker was like not defeating Virgo in any way, shape, or form. Hina. I think Hina's like. Hina's not weak. I think she's New World. She's definitely stronger than Helmeppo. Maybe she's like at the very bottom of High New World. I'll put her next to Helmeppo though, but she is stronger than Helmeppo. She's got a good Devil Fruit, but it's decently strong. And she's got armament Haki, so that's something. Prime Sengoku is going right up to the top, next to Whitebeard. And then Buddha Sengoku. Okay, Buddha Sengoku is like weird because this is like Marineford Sengoku. So I think I just might put him here. That feels wrong though. But Sengoku really just doesn't fucking do anything. Like in his Buddha form. So I think it just has to be there. Akainu during Marineford. I can put him right next to Kuzan. He is stronger than Kuzan. I don't think he's moving anything. I don't think he's like going any higher though. And Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. He's implied. Okay, if we just go by implication, he's here. I don't like him being High Yonko, but he's assumed that he's at High Yonko because he's a Fleet Admiral. He just hasn't done anything for 5,000 years. Kizaru during Marineford, right next to the rest of the Marineford admirals. He's stronger than Kuzan. And then Kizaru when he fought Luffy and Egghead. I don't think he's beating. Alright, Kizaru's so hard to rank. I can't see Kizaru beating Kaido. At least not like hybrid Kaido. But that means I have to put Kizaru above Akainu, which I don't agree with. Because he's clashing with Gear 5 Luffy. So I guess he has to be like here. But like once Luffy like locks the fuck in when Saturn shows up, then he's like constantly getting like folded. He can't touch Luffy. So I think he just has to be here. But I also don't like him being like so much I don't like him being so much stronger than Kuzan. But I think it is implied that Kuzan was the weakest out of the 3 original Admirals. So I guess he goes there. I think he's always beating Blackbeard, yes. Fujitora. I think Fujitora has to be low Yonko. I can't justify him being in Yonko, because he hasn't done much to warrant him being like on the same tier as like Hybrid Yamato or base Kaido. But I think putting him in low Yonko makes sense. I think he's beating Old Man Rayleigh. Same as Aramaki. Like, they're definitely Yonko level. We just haven't seen enough of them to like warrant them being any higher. Sentomaru kinda sucks. Now, who the fuck is Sentomaru beating? Gets one shot by Lucci. He gets one shot by Lucci and does nothing for the rest of Egghead because he's just like a support. I guess he goes there. I think he's stronger than like most of the Straw Hats. I guess he goes there. I don't know. Sentomaru's hard to rank. The Seraphim are gonna be way above him. S-Snake can go. Where can S-Snake go? Is Pendergurt next to Hancock? Like, I guess that makes sense. Pendergurt next to Hancock. Maybe like very bottom of Yonko Commander. The Seraphim are very strong. I guess that I think that makes sense. S-Hawk. I think they're all like a relative. The Seraphims. It's explicitly shown that Zoro is stronger than S-Hawk, so that's why they're not in the same tier. And then S-Bear are the same. And then S-Shark can go at the same level. I think all the Seraphims are relative to each other. Okay, alright, the Elders can all go to high Yonko. I think they're beating Gear 5 Luffy. Because they're like supposed to be like fighting all at the same time. And if they all fight at the same time, then they beat Gear 5 Luffy. Or am I smoking weed? Am I smoking, putting them above Luffy, Sage? Because they're designed to, like, be, like, fighting alongside each other. Because they all have different strengths. Saturn and Mercury are, like, the vanguards. Mars and Jupiter. Mars, Jupiter, and Nostro are, like, dealing damage from, like, different angles. Nostro's running around. Mars is in the air, and Jupiter burrows. That's what. Yeah, exactly. Like they had to flee from all of them. That's okay. So I'm all right. I'm happy with that then. And they're all immortal, so there is like no like viable way of fucking killing them unless you like overpower their hockey, like Joy Boy. Rob Lucci at Ennie's lobby. He is right there. And then Rob Lucci at Reverie is. I could put him next to Who's Who, sure, I don't give a shit. He is beating all of these people, Lucci, at Reverie. And then Lucci at Egghead is fucking. Look, I think Lucci at Egghead is weaker than all of the Seraphim. I don't think that's a crazy claim. But the thing is, Lucci throughout all of Egghead was getting folded by every fucking character he ran into. Luffy folded, Zoro folded. The only character he folds himself was Sentomaru, but like, cool, you one-shot Sentomaru. Congratulations. Other than that, you're getting Stussy gets folded. He gets folded by Stussy. Like, all Zoro had to do to beat him was like lock in for one attack, and he one-shots him, and then he's out of commission for the rest of the arc. So like, he's kind of shit. Sorry, Lucci, but you're dog shit. And like the only, he's like on a par with Gear 4 Egghead Luffy, but I have base Luffy here. So like, and even then I have fucking regular Luffy here, so I think Lucci is not standing much of a chance. Kaku, where is right there, right below Zoro, and then Egghead Kaku. It's just as shit as Luffy. Not Luffy, Lucci. I feel like he gets folded by most of these characters. Well, is Lucci okay? Is Egghead Kaku beating Guernica? I'd say they're like on the same level as Guernica. I'd say Kaku's there because he has a devil fruit and shit. So I guess Kaku has to be like at Guernica level because he is CP. He has another CP IG0. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. I do think Kaku just gets shit on by everyone above him though. Stussy. I know I just said Stussy folded Lucci, but that was a sneak attack. So I guess she just goes below Kaku. Maybe even below Guernica. Jabra goes behind Sanji. Khalifa goes behind Nami. Okay, alright, right. Khalifa is beating Kobe. Sage, where do I put Khalifa? I don't like Khalifa losing to like Water 7 Kobe. I don't like that. But I think Kobe's beating Nami at Enies Lobby. I guess he just has to be there, huh? Khalifa's kind of shit. I'll put her there. I'll put her there. I don't think she's beating Luffy though. There. She has to go below Kobe. No, there's no way Kobe is beating Khalifa. I refuse to believe that. She's a CP9 member. There's no way she's low Grand Line as a CP9 member. Like, she just can't be. Because Kobe, I don't think it knows all of the Rokushiki. She lost to Nami. Yeah, but so did Ulti. Ulti also lost to Nami, but I'm not putting Nami above Ulti. Oh yeah, without her fruits, for sure she's behind, but with the fruit, yeah. Nearly all of Nami's victory is because of, like, wank. Because Nami defeated Ulti. There's a massive difference between Nami and Ulti. And I think Nami beating Khalifa is because Nami's climate tempo was just something... Okay, no. Because Nami had the perfect counter to Khalifa. That's why she won. Because she could just rain tempo and remove all the soap bubbles. And then Mirage tempo is really stronger than just Thunderbolt tempos. Nami has good AP. And she's very good at trickery. But I still think Khalifa, like, is stronger than her. She just got, like, outplayed. She had, like, the worst counter. She was finding someone who could perfectly counter her abilities. Same as Enel and Luffy. It's just like the perfect counter. So I cannot justify putting Khalifa below Kobe. I can't. And below Helmeppo. Like, nah. Because those two, I can't touch her. I'm putting her there. Blueno is stronger than Khalifa. I think Blueno beats... I think putting Blueno right below Jabra makes sense, because he was... If I remember correctly, according to the Dokuri level, he was 4th. He was right behind Jabra in terms of strength. So there was Lucci, Kaku, Jabra, Blueno, Kumadori, Fukuro, Khalifa. That was the ranking. So Fukuro has to be above Khalifa. Where's Frankie? Oh, that's perfect. He's right below Frankie. I didn't even... That's perfect. Because he loses to Frankie. And then Kumadori... I think also... Actually, I think Kumadori would beat Frankie, but he was fighting Master Point Chopper, so... Master Point Chopper's Master Point Chopper. I think Kumadori is beating... Actually, maybe not. Frankie was kind of shitting on Fukuro. I think Frankie would beat Kumadori. Spondon is human. Polly, okay, I included Polly because I really like Polly. I don't think he's going anywhere, like... I think he's, like... here. I just like Polly. I think Polly's the GOAT, so I wanted to include him. Okay, he's not beating Zoro. Oh yeah, he's not beating Zoro. I think he beats... No, not even. I put him there. I put Polly below Strong Point Chopper. I just wanted to include him because I like him. Actually, a Strong Point Chopper is like... there. No. He's there. No. No, he was perfect where he was. Okay. Sage knows this very well. I glaze the fuck out of Eneru. I glaze him so much. I just want to see his reaction. I always glaze Eneru. Okay, I think he's like, realistically, he's there. He only lost because of plot. He had the worst fucking matchup imaginable. But there's no way you can, like, look me in the eye and tell me that fucking Nami or, like, Carrot is beating Eneru. You cannot look me in the eye and tell me that. Or, like, Brook is beating him. Like, nah. He's just not beating Eneru. Brook doesn't even have hockey. And, like, the Goro to me, in terms of, like, sheer damage output, is one of the strongest. Devil Fruits. I want to keep him there. It's so funny seeing Eneru above, like, Wano tier characters. Like, he's just like he's not losing to these motherfuckers. Because if I were to put him, like, next to... if we were going, like... He'd be here. If I were to, like, rank it, like, normally. So he's, like, losing to Master Point Chopper. Like, no. Like, he's just not. So he's... I'm gonna glaze the fuck out of him. I think he does... Alright, to be fair, he does lose to Gear 4 Luffy, but I think... At 500 million volt, when he's in the 500 million volt Amaru form, I think he's stronger than Doflamingo. In terms of sheer damage output, he's stronger than Doflamingo. 500 million volts is a lot of volts. Like, there's a reason why Nami is as high as she is because Zeus is so fucking strong. Zeus is hard carrying Nami. Nami's actually a very good counter to Eneru now that I'm looking at it, because Zeus probably could absorb all of Eneru's electricity. There's another character I'm going to glaze the fuck out of, like, he's quite a way away actually, but there is another character I'd love to glaze. Wiper, I think it's pretty, like, confident to put Wiper on the same tier as Zoro in Skypiea. Same as Ganfall. Like, I think Wiper, Ganfall, Zoro, and Robin, and Sanji, I guess, we're, like, all of them on the same tier. Above Dove, he looks outrageous, but his abilities and fruit are that good. Exactly. He only lost to plot. Because anyone who isn't Luffy, he was completely one-shotting. And he was, like, totally just gonna completely destroy Skypiea. In the same way that Doflamingo was gonna destroy Dressrosa. They have similar output in terms of damage. I just think Eneru has... It's more direct power. But I think, yeah, Wiper, Zoro, Ganfall are all around like the same tier. I think Wiper is a little bit stronger than Zoro because of the impact dial that Wiper has. But other than that, yeah. Calgara and Noland, to my memory, are featless. But I can't remember if they were or not. Were they featless? I don't remember them like saying it during the history. They're like, oh, Calgara is like one of the strongest people of all of Shandia, and Shandia. Then yeah, he's above Wiper, I suppose. I guess that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense, putting them above, maybe above, actually, Kobe. Fuck it. Because Calgaro does have that giant iron ball that he flings around. I don't think Kobe is dealing with that. And no one does like a rifle to Calgaro, so sure. Ohm goes below Zoro. I think he's beating Ganfall. But he goes below Zoro because Zoro beats him. Gidatsu... Gidatsu loses to Chopper, doesn't he? I always forget who Chopper beats, and I think he does lose to Chopper. Am I right? Chopper fought someone, but I can never remember if it was Shura or Gidatsu. I'm trying to remember, because who defeats Shura? Does Wiper defeat Shura? I'm gonna I need to fact check that. Hold on. This is something I legit have to fact check because I actually do not remember. And I'll do the same for Shura. I'll fact check it. Yeah, Gidatsu loses to Chopper. And then Wiper defeats Shura. So Gidatsu has to go behind Chopper. Actually, he loses to Strong Point. Or Arm Point Chopper, so maybe Gidatsu's like there. Lol. And then Shura is below Wiper. He's also below Ohm. Because Ohm is stronger than Wiper. Ohm is stronger than Shura. Satori goes behind Sanji because Sanji one-shots him. Hotori and Kotori also go below Sanji because Sanji one-shots him. And then Yama goes behind Robin because Robin defeats him. Mr. One goes below Zoro. Okay, I have to move Nami. I cannot live with the idea that Nami beats Mr. fucking One. Like, nah. Absolutely not. There's no way Nami beats Mr. One. I'm sorry. That's such a bull. No, I cannot justify Nami being above Mr. One. Even if it is like Thunderbolt tempo. Then like, but where would she be though? I can even justify Thriller Bark Nami being above fucking Mr. One. Mr. One is so cool. I cannot. I want to glaze him, but I can't. Mr. Two. Okay. Do I glaze Mr. One and Mr. Two because they were in Impel Down? Because I don't like them being this low on the list. I like both of these characters very much. Because if we're going by Impel Down, Mr. Two, he's like. He's like at least like in the same tier as Luffy, I'd say. Because he's like beating the same people, like in base, like he's like on the same level as Luffy. He's like doing like the same amount of damage to like the Sphinx as Luffy is. Actually, he one-shots the Sphinx. And so then Mr. One would be like. Then if we're going by Marineford, Mr. One, he clashes with Mihawk for like 1 second. I think below Smoker. Actually, maybe there. Because I don't want to just use Alabasta for like their only showing, because they do show up in later arcs. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Same with like Mr. 3. I think Mr. 3, even though he's a main antagonist for Little Guard, I think he should be like on the same tier as Buggy during Impel Down, because he's like doing the same shit as Buggy. Mr. 4 loses to Usopp and Chopper, so he goes below. I think he just goes like here. Mr. 4, it's kind of shit. Same as Merry Christmas. I think just go below Usopp and Chopper. Miss Doublefinger. Okay, she loses to Nami, but I think Nami's like. She's obviously stronger than fucking Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas. So I think she'd be like here. I think she loses to Mr. Prince if they were to fight. No, she'd probably beat Mr. 1. I think, yeah, that makes sense. Miss Golden Week sucks. She's like barely low Grand Line. Mr. 5, I could see Mr. 5 beating Nami, sure. Same as Miss Valentine, I could see them beating Nami. Vivi. I don't know why I included Vivi. She like doesn't fight anyone. I guess she just has to be there because Mr. 9 would also be here, and then Igaram would be here, and then Miss Monday would be here. Because all like the Baroque work agents are like kind of relative, but they're just scale on top of each other. Curly Dadan. I'd put Dadan. She can go above. Yeah, she'd go above Kid Ace. And then both of them go below Ace and Dadan. Because they lose. I think Porchemy would actually just be like. Nah, I think Porchemy beats fucking Usopp. Higuma is like barely above human. Alvida is like there. And then with the slip fruit, I think she just goes up like A tier. She's losing to Sanji. Morgan goes there. Kabaji is stronger than Morgan. Moji and Ritchie are weaker than Kabaji. Kuro. Okay, Kuro is East Blue for sure. I don't think he's beating. Yeah, Kuro has to be above Buggy. Yeah. Django is above these fuckers. He's above Alvida. Full body sucks. Sham beats Usopp. Same as Butchie, they both beat Usopp. Actually, no, they beat Alvida. Krieg. Okay, I know it's like. I like putting Kuro above Krieg because I do think Kuro would just beat Krieg in a fight. I'd put him above though, but I just like the idea that Kuro could beat Don Krieg. Gin. I put Gin like at. Is he beating Sanji? No. And then Pearl is below Gin. Zeph. It's like high East Blue. If Zeph were like. No, he'd be. Nah. He has to be above Sanji. Would he not? No. No, I put him there. That feels wrong though. I think he has to be like high East Blue though, Zeph. He was in the Grand Line. He was a Grand Line pirate. Well, we just like don't know how fucking strong he is, so I'll just put him at the. I put him high East Blue. Arlong loses to Luffy. I think if Zoro were at full strength and not near death from the Mihawk fight, I could see Zoro putting up a good fight against Arlong. I don't think he beats him, but I'd say they put up a good fight. Karubi loses to Sanji. Hachan loses to Zoro. I think he also loses to Karubi, Hachan. And then Chu. I think Chu loses to Kuro. I think Kuro could beat Chu in a fight. Wapol. Wapol's stronger than Chopper. I'd put Wapol like here. No. I think Polly has to move up. I don't like the idea of Polly losing to the Skypiea people. I might just put Polly at the very bottom of Grand Line. Dalton can go right below Wapol. I think Dalton's stronger than Chopper in Drum Island. And then Chess Marimo. Pretty sure they lose to Chopper. Let me double check that actually, because I'm not fully remember. Yeah, they lose to Chopper. Okay, Dory and Broggy are, like, stupid. Dory and Broggy are so fucking, like, hard to rank. Because, like... They're, like... They're really strong. I'm gonna put them low Yonko Commander. I can't see them beating Lucci, though. That's the thing. But, like, they're really fucking strong. Bellamy sucks. I mean, I love Bellamy, but he's shit. He has to be, like, there. No, like, there, yeah. I was gonna put him above Luffy, no. He has to be, like, below, like, all the East Blue fuckers. Oh, not East Blue, Skypiea fuckers. And then Bellamy and Dressrosa, he's a bit stronger. I'll give him that. He's a bit stronger. I'd say he's like... I'll put him next to base New World Luffy. I'll give him the glaze that Bellamy deserves. Because he gets one shot by Luffy at the end of the day, but he... In the Colosseum, he does well, so... I think he loses to Punk Hazard Zoro, though. Foxy... I don't know where I'm gonna fucking put Foxy. I guess he just, like, has to be above Skypiea Luffy. Perona... I don't know where to put Perona. Where did I put Golden Pound Usopp? Okay, then she'd be here. No, she wouldn't. No, she's stronger than that. No, she's definitely stronger than everyone there. I think she beats Frankie. I think she loses to all, like, the time skip Straw has, though. Like, during the time skip. I think she beats Frankie. It's a strong devil. She's got a strong devil fruit. I will give her that. Ryuma. Ryuma's kind of cracked. He loses to Zoro, but he is kind of fucking cracked. I wish I could put him higher if we're going, like, Wano flashback Ryuma, but I can't. Absalom. Okay, Absalom's not beating any of these people. I have to put Absalom, like, here. I don't think he's beating, like, anyone above Nami. Because he does technically lose to her. The Pacifistas are... Pacifistas are fucking strong. Like, they're just, like, hard countering everyone who doesn't have hockey. Like, all of those supernovas are scared shitless at the pacifist because they're like, oh fuck, we cannot touch them. The Mark III pacifistas, they can go right next to Centimaro, wherever I put Centimaro. They can go there. They've got bubble shields. They're decently strong enough. Nero loses to Frankie. Like, pretty fucking candidly. And he's like weaker than all of these. I think he loses. No, I think he's stronger than Paulie. Wanze is weaker than... Wanze and Jerry are both weaker than Paulie. I can see Paulie beating both Wanze and Jerry, just not Nero. Momonga killed a sea beast. He's a vice admiral. That's something. I think that automatically puts him above Tashiki because he actually has a fucking feat. I put him New World. I can't justify him being like... Maybe he's high New World actually, Momonga. I forget who he fights. That's canon. That's not canon though. Yeah, it's not canon. I was gonna say he fights Doma during filler in Marineford. So yeah, I think putting him in New World, like on the same tier as Hina, makes sense. As are the rest of the Buster Call Vice Admirals from Enies Lobby. I think they're all just like New World. Dalmatian non-canon fights the Calvin brothers. Strawberry, I don't think fights anyone. Berry Good, okay, I cannot put Berry Good in New World because he's so shit. Berry Good loses to Frankie. So he's like there. Berry Good's really shit. Same as Shu. Like, I cannot justify them being in the same fucking tier as like Momonga because they're just not strong. Same with Yamakiji. Like, these fuckers are just not strong enough. Doberman, yeah, Doberman's not strong enough. Sorry. T-Bone loses to Zoro. I think T-Bone can be like... But T-Bone lose to Frankie? I'd say so. He put up a better fight against Frankie than the rest of them, though, but I'd say he loses to Frankie. Okay, these are the Vice Admirals that showed up for the fucking Egghead Buster Call. I'm gonna glaze Doll, but that's it. I think the rest of these are just like mid. But I like Hound does nothing, so I think he has to be like New World. Bluegrass on a paper is decently strong. It just depends on who she's riding. So she rides the Pacifistas. I'm not putting her next to the Pacifistas. But in theory, she could be stronger. It just depends on who she's riding. But she doesn't have any feats. Doll, I will put above the Pacifistas because she's shown multiple times to one-shot them. And she has, like, something going for her. Pomsky has a Devil Fruit. So I think he's on the same tier as Doll. Urban also has a Devil Fruit. Granted, it's a shit one, but it is a Devil Fruit, so I think he also goes above. He goes on the same tier as them, too. Tosa does something. So he goes there. Guillotine, I think, does something. So I think he goes there. Brand new does nothing, so he goes right next to the rest of the fucking... He goes below Helmeppo. Duval from Sabaody Archipelago. I think Duval's like here. I'd put him high Grand Line, sure. No, I wouldn't. No, he's not beating Gear 2 Luffy. Or Lucci. No, he's not beating Lucci. I'd put him like next to Thriller Bark Sanji. Sure. Ivankov. Ivankov's low-key actually very underrated. Where do I put Ivankov? Ivankov. Where do I put you? Sage. He's clearly strong. I think that's pretty fucking clear to say that he's strong. But just where? Because Warlord seems too low for Ivankov. I really don't know where to put you. He has to be above Crocodile. Because Crocodile's like he does not want to fight Ivankov. So let me go through the list of like who do I think Ivankov could beat. Shiryu. To be honest, no. So I think I just found the perfect spot for Ivankov. That feels too low though. Right? I mean... I think no matter what, he has to be above Marineford Crocodile, because Crocodile does not want to fight Ivankov. That's like a threat that Ivankov says to him, and he's like, yeah, I don't want that. Inazuma... Okay, where the fuck did I put Inazuma? Jesus. He has to be Grand Line, right? You just like, I can't justify Inazuma being, like, I think he's stronger than Mr. One. He's beating a pacifista. Maybe he's even beating Smoker. Okay, he's beating Smoker. Wait, no. It's hard to say. Inazuma or Smoker. I think Smoker would win. Oh, okay. The next character, Magellan was the next character I was gonna glaze. I love Magellan. I think he's really underrated in terms of strength. I think Magellan's low Yonko Commander. Magellan's really fucking strong. Where's Ivankov? He's a low Yonko Commander. He's right in front of Crocodile and below Shiryu. But I think Magellan has to be low Yonko Commander. I would love to glaze him even more because I do think he's like bordering Admiral level. Because that's what I'm saying. But I cannot justify putting Magellan above Katakuri or Alber. I cannot justify that. I wish I could. I fucking love Magellan so much. I think he's bordering Admiral, but we just haven't seen enough of him to warrant him being like at Yonko level. But I'm glad you agree with me, Sage, that he's like as strong as the Admirals, because he really fucking is. I just cannot justify putting him any higher. I would love to put him here, though. Like, you have no idea how much I want to put Magellan in low Yonko. As he rightfully fucking should be. Like, he should be, like, here. He is the secret 4th Admiral, but I cannot. I can't. Yeah, he is the only villain that Luffy just, like, straight up could not fucking beat. Like, even, like, not even Luffy, everyone in the arc couldn't beat Magellan. There was no surviving him. He beat Ivankov. Crocodile didn't even want to bother fighting Magellan. Like, he's a monster. I wish I could put him higher, but I really can't justify it. If we saw him, like, do stuff post time skip, I could give him, like, leverage, but I can't. I simply cannot. So he has to be low Yonko Commander, as much as I would love to put him in Yonko tier. Hannibal sucks in comparison. I think Hannibal is like fucking. Actually, no, Hannibal's decently strong. I don't know. I'm just saying he's shit. He's actually decently fucking strong, Hannibal. Look, I mean, he's not that strong. Okay, whoa. I can't glaze Hannibal that much, but I think he's like high ground line. I was gonna say he's dog shit, but like he's fucking strong, Hannibal. The Minotaurus is like Buggy defeats him. Buggy one-shots the Minotaurus with the Muggy Bomb, so there you go. Sadie-chan. I could put Sadie, like, high ground line, same as Hannibal, just not as strong as Hannibal. Okay, no, she's not beating fucking any of these motherfuckers. What am I saying? She's beating, like... she's there. It's hard to say she's there. No, I think she's like there. I think she's stronger than Buggy, but I can't justify putting her any higher. Doma. I think I just have to put all of the New World pirates in New World. And just say that, because they are New World pirates. So, Doma, Whitey Bay, the DeKalvin brothers, and then Squad are just all New World, because they are New World pirates. Some of them fight, like Doma fights Momonga, That's not canon though. Did the Calvin brothers fight Dalmatian? Squard, I think, is stronger than all of them. And then Whitey Bay would be like the weakest out of the bunch, so I think she'd be like there. Weevil. Weevil is very strong. He's high warlord for sure. He is a warlord. Is he beating Duff? Is Weevil beating Doflamingo? I cannot say confident. I cannot say that confidently. I think he's below Eneru, but he's high warlord for sure. I feel like Jinbei's too low, but that is Marine for Jinbei. I might move Jinbei up. I don't think he's like that weak during Marineford. But I can't justify it. I can't really like say like who he beats though Marineford because he no way. I guess he has to stay there. It just feels weird. He's like the only actual warlord in Warlord. Everyone else is like a higher low. Hody Jones sucks. He's so ass. So unbelievably fucking dog shit. He's like losing to fucking. He's honest to God losing to base Zoro. That is like genuinely implied that Zoro in base could beat Hody Jones when he's like fully doped. That's how shit Hody is. Smoker's beating Hody. Damn, I guess Sanji's beating Hody. Frankie's beating Hody. There. Hody is so shit. Hyozo is like fucking like all of these like new Fishman Islands or new Fishmen are like really weak. I'd put them in New World, but like barely. Like Doson sucks. Icarus much sucks. Daruma really sucks. You lose to Usopp. Zio sucks. Waratsume sucks. And then Surume, you're not a new Fishman Island, but you're like barely like New World because you are fighting Waratsume. You're losing, but you're fighting him. Vanderdecken is like honest to God losing to Chopper. He's so shit. Karibo, you're at least like somewhat competent compared to the rest of these shitheads. But you're like still like losing to Robin though. I'm sorry. Neptune, I think Neptune beats all of them guys. I don't think he's beating. I think he's like there, high New World. I think Fukabushi is also like beating. I think no, I wouldn't say so actually. I think he's losing to most of these people. Fukabushi. Caesar Clown. He's at least a little bit. He's like decent. I'll put him like right below Luffy, like Gear Second Luffy. So he's low warlord. Congratulations, Caesar. Virgo. I think Virgo's losing to Sanji. Yeah, I think Sanji would beat Virgo. Like Punk Hazard, Sanji would beat Virgo. Okay, Bellamy's way too high. Bellamy loses to Frankie. Bellamy is beating Hody though, sorry. Monet is really shit. She's like... I'd put her like top of New World. But she's like... She completely shits herself as soon as she sees Zora approach her with any form of malice. She literally cannot move. She's so scared. She's beating Tashigi though, congratulations. Brownbeard... I don't remember Brownbeard doing anything in fucking Punk Hazard. But I guess he's like... strong enough? Does Brownbeard do anything, Sage? I actually don't remember. He'll go there. He'll go New World. I don't remember him like doing anything. I know he gets jobbed by someone. Diamante. I couldn't tell that was Diamante. Diamante is decently strong. I'd say Diamante, like, in base is beating, like, Dressrosa Zora. He might even be, like, beating, base Luffy. I'd be a bit of a stretch, but I'd say that. I'd say Diamante would beat base Luffy. He gets ridden. Cool. There you go. There's Brownbeard. He gets ridden. Is that crazy, though, putting Diamante, like, above base Luffy? That feels like a bit cap. I guess he would be stronger than Caesar, though. Diamante. But that means I have to move Virgo up. Which I guess I do, because he loses to Law. So I guess he is, like, Warlord. No, Virgo is definitely stronger than Diamante, so I think Diamante's like a low Warlord. I think he's beating Moria, as sad as that is. I think that just tells you how shit Moria is, though. Pika is... Wherever I put Zoro, Pika's next to him. Where did I put Zoro? Fuck, I can't find Zoro. Oh, he's there. Bam. Treble... I think Treble is like at the same tier as Diamante. I'd say there. Maybe weaker than Caesar. But I think Treble's a low Warlord. Senior Pink is right next to Frankie. The GOAT. Where the fuck is Frankie? There he is. I think Senior Pink I think Bellamy loses to Senior Pink. Because Dellinger seemed very confident that he could kill Bellamy. Gladius. Is Gladius beating Frankie? I'd say so. I'd say Gladius is beating most people in High New World, actually. I'd put Gladius at the very bottom of Low New World. Sorry, Low Warlord. Yeah. I'd put Gladius there. Mac Vice is not beating Frank. That's hard to say, actually. Is Mac Vice beating fucking Frankie? I don't like Mac Vice being weaker than Senior Pink, though. Maybe I just move all of these guys up. Like, maybe Frankie, maybe they're all just, like, low Warlord. And Bellamy can just stay there. No, I think that looks better, yeah, than being all low warlord. Giola sucks. She's not moving to. She's not even beating Bellamy. I don't think she's even beating fucking Barney. Yeah, you're not beating anyone. Jesus. Yeah, you're like there. You're next to Brooke. Get the fuck out of here. Sugar. Where did I put Usopp? Like, where is Dressrosa Usopp? Okay, he's there. So she goes there. I would like to put Sugar higher, but she's not really much of a fighter. Lao G. I'd say Lao G is low warlord, yeah. I'd say he's stronger than Mac Vice, but weaker than Senior Pink. Buffalo is shit. I think Buffalo's like not even on the same fucking tier as the rest of them. I think he's like, no, he's low New World. I think he's beating Tashigi. Congratulations, you beat Tashigi. Same as Baby 5, like, yeah, you beat Tashigi, but you lose to everyone else. Bartolomeo has to go above Gladius, because he beats him, so there you go, Bartolomeo. No, that looks right. I can't, but I don't think Bartolomeo's beating Crocodile. Even though that'd be like a stalemate. Hakuba is beating Crocodile. Hakuba's like really scary. Like Hakuba's like warlord level, I'd say. Cavendish is really strong, so I feel comfortable putting Cavendish in warlord solely because of Hakuba. Hyrudine. Oop, where did I put him? He goes above Macvice. Hyrudine. I can't tell it was Don Chinjiao. I couldn't tell who that was. Don Chinjiao goes right next to Luffy. Like Gear 2nd Luffy, because he loses to Gear 2nd Luffy. If we're going by a flashback and where he claims he's a rival to Garp, he's Pirate King, but I think he's just gassing himself out because he just gets one shot by Garp. And that's it. I think he just gasses himself up and dies. Don Sai, where did I put Lao Ji? Because he goes next to Lao Ji. There. I think Don Sai is stronger than Hyrudine. But, no. Hyrudine is a giant. I just don't like him. Macvice is so weird to fucking around because he's got really good devil fruit. Leo. I think Leo is like on the same caliber as the rest of the Grand Fleet. I can't see him beating Dellinger though, but I think he's on the same level. Ideo isn't. Ideo loses to Dellinger. And I think he like loses to I put him like here. Well, I put him here. I put Ideo. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I put him below Sanji and Zoro during Dressrosa. Same with Orlumbus. Like, I think just put him there. Eliza Bello, when fully charged up, is crazy. But I can't justify putting him anything above, like... He beat Bellamy, so I had to put him above Bellamy. Oh my god, we're almost done. We're so close. Holy shit. Blue Gilly sucks. I don't know why I added, like, the fodder Caridia Coliseum fuckers. I like to imagine he could beat Hody Jones because that's just funny. No, he actually no way in hell he beats Hody Jones. What am I saying? New World. Abdullah and G get folded by Bellamy, so they have to be below. I think Blue Gilly beats them both. The Funk Brothers, same. They're just like fodder. Ricky, that's Ricky. Jesus, Ricky is like the same thing. He's like fucking there. Suleiman, same thing. He's just fucking like kind of fodder. Dagama, same thing. He's just fucking fodder. No feats. Kira, alright, Kiros has a feat. Kiros is like top of low warlord. He beats Diamante. Rebecca does something at the very least. I think bare minimum. I think she's like top of New World. Rebecca, she can fight. And she has observations hockey, which is something. Karasu and Morley are both really interesting because they fought against two admirals. Karasu fought against fucking... who did he fight? Oh my god, brain. Fujitora, Jesus. He fought against Fujitora, so that's something. I think putting them in low Yonko Commander is just like a safe thing to put them in because they fought against two admirals, which is good enough for me. They're like holding them off too. They weren't like doing terribly against them, so maybe they're like just Yonko Commander level. Bello Betty has no feats. She doesn't fight anyone. She's just only there for support. So I'm not ranking her. Sorry. Lindbergh I can rank at the very least. I don't feel comfortable putting him in low Yonko Commander because he wasn't shown to be as strong as them two. But I'd put him in like fucking. I put him in low Warlord. Or like on the same tier as Carrot. Because he's a mink. I can't justify putting him any higher though. Koala doesn't really have any feats. She has Fishman Karate, which is something. So I think she'd be like. It's as funny as so fucked up as it is. I could genuinely see Koala beating Crocodile. Because she has Fishman Karate. Like, and so does Robin in Wano. So I think just putting them next to each other is like safe. But it's such a fucked up thing to say though. That Koala beats Alabaster Crocodile. It's so funny. It doesn't even sound true. Hack. Hack is a hack. Like, where do I put you? Like, at the bottom of High New World, I guess. Like, you're strong, but like you have no feats. You get shit on by Bartolomeo. I can never find Bartolomeo is there. Right, so yeah. Fisher Tiger. I think this has to be New World Fisher Tiger. He's strong enough, I suppose. He has no feats though, Fisher Tiger. It's just implied that he's strong. Aladdin. Okay, Aladdin clashed with Oven. So I guess he goes there. Judge. Where did I put Judge? Judge is strong. I think like putting him directly below Whole Cake Island Arc Sanji makes sense. Reiju. I think Reiju is beating all of the vice admirals. Yeah, so I'd put her there. I don't think she's beating Sabo, but I think she's beating all she's beating Sentomaru and the vice admirals. I feel that feels right. Ichiji fought against Oven, so he goes there. I think the Big Father is stronger than all of them. I put Big Father above all of them. Niji is like relative to Ichiji. Same as Yonji, like they're all relative. Maybe Judge should be higher. I think Judge is like shown to be stronger than Sanji. Like where? I can't like justify putting him higher than Big Father. Gotta check out, but looking forward to the final. Me and you both, Sage. What have we done with this shit? I will catch you though. Thank you for showing up and giving your inputs. Ben Beckman. I mean, he has to be Yonko Commander, but he's got no feats, so he's like fucking. Same as Yasop. Like Lucky Road and Yasop both have to be like high Yonko Commander, but they just have no feats. It takes so long to scroll down to the bottom. Like they just have no feats. It's impossible to say. Beckman threatened Kizaru. Cool. Yasop blew up a ship. That's Egghead. That's Elbaf spoilers, by the way. Sorry. And Lucky Roo shot a motherfucker. That's it. They're their feats. Congratulations. They're all high Yonko Commander. Dragon. Okay, Dragon also has no feats, but it's like implied that he's a Yonko, so I'll put him at low Yonko. It's implied that he's this strong. There's just nothing to back it up. Garling. Like, Garling is kind of ass. Like, he's strong, obviously. But, like, he's also, like, kind of dog shit. He doesn't do anything. Like, I'll put him in Yonko's here, but he does, like... He doesn't do anything. I can't talk about it because it's, like... It's Elbaf spoilers. But it's, like... He gets folded, I'll say that much. And then Old Man Garling. I mean, he's a elder, but that doesn't mean that automatically puts him in high Yonko. I'll put them next to each other. Emmet. Emmet actually goes above all of the fucking elders because he did. With Joy Boy's hockey, he reverted them all to their base form. Like, he knocked them all out of their hybrid form, so Emmet has to be above. And even Luffy, like, felt Joy Boy's hockey, was like, holy fuck. Whoa, that's strong hockey. Sandersonia is really strong, actually. I'd put Sandersonia in Warlord. She's like... I think both of the Boa sisters are like really strong. Luffy is like not touching them when he's on Amazon Lily. Margaret, I can't say the same about. I think Margaret is like here. I say high Grand Line Margaret. Beppo in base. Beppo in base is hard. It's hard to say. He doesn't really do anything in base, so I guess I just have to put him next to the Minx. In Sulong, though, he's different. It's a very temporary buff. But he is beating, like, all of these fuckers, so he has to go here. He does beat Burgess and Van Alker. Very briefly, he's up there. John Bart. John Bart does something at least. I don't want to put him in anything higher than Warlord, though. But he's strong. I'd put him top of Warlord, sure. John Bart's strong. Fuck me, I'm getting really tired. Shachi and Penguin. Okay, they're not. They're going high new. Actually, I might just move fucking John Bart down. I don't think he's going anywhere. Bastille is a Vice Admiral. So he goes with the rest of the Vice Admirals if I can find them. There they are. Boom. He gets one shot by Sabo. Maynard gets one shot by Bartolomeo. So he's barely even New World. Eam. I think Eam is at the moment the strongest character in the series. I think Eam beats Roger. Oars is like stronger than Moria. I love downplaying Moria. Fucking Oars is beating like most of these characters actually, Jesus. Yeah, Oars is really strong. He's like there. A little Oars Jr. I mean, he's technically a New World pirate, but he does more shit than the rest of the New World pirates. Like, it takes Kuma and Doflamingo to take him down. So I want to put him high New World. Put him with the rest of the Whitebeard Division commanders. The Kung Fu Dugongs. They're stronger than Chopper and Nami, sure. They're stronger than most of these fuckers. I think he lose. I think the Kung Fu Dugongs lose to Miss Valentine. Heracles. Oh, Heracles is the last character. Yes! Heracles and he has to be in New World. The gauge just has to be New World. Maybe like below Usopp. Okay. Now I have to like check if everything's like legit. Okay. Pirate King. Emu, Roger, Garp, Whitebeard, Sengoku, Shanks, Mihawk, Shanks. Yes. I think that is correct. High Yonko. Emmett, the Five Elders, Egghead, Gear 5 Luffy, Bonnie, Gear 5, Gear 5 Luffy at the end of Wano, Flaming Dragon Kaido, Hera with Big Mom, Hybrid Kaido, Oden, Full Dragon Kaido, Big Mom, with Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon, Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, implied strength. Kizaru, Gear 5 Luffy, Blackbeard, Garp, Kuzan, Kaido, Prime Rayleigh, Prime Gaban, Hybrid Yamato, both Garlings. Yes. That looks right. Fujitora, Aramaki, Old Man Rayleigh, Law when he fights Blackbeard on Wiener Island, Kid when he quote-unquote fights Shanks, Awakened Kid, Awakened Law, Kuma, 3 Admirals at Marineford, Base Luffy current. Okay, Base Luffy current's not beating any of these fuckers. He's not beating Blackbeard. Blackbeard when he at the end of Marineford, Sengoku. Okay, Sengoku has to be above the Admirals. Big Mom, Dragon, and then Luffy. Yes. Zoro at Egghead, Sanji at Egghead, Marco, Zoro when he fights Albur, Sanji, Queen, Red Rock Luffy, 3 captains at Onigashima, yes, Base Yamato, and then Shiryu, Beckman, Lucky Roo, yes up. Yes. Katakuri, Egghead, Jinbei, Rooftop Zoro, Wano Jinbei, Base Luffy after he does the training at... That feels too high. Wait, do you really think Base Luffy is stronger than Snake Man Katakuri? No. He might just be like here. Avala Pizarro, Beppo, Burgess and Van Augur, Base Luffy. I don't think Base Luffy's beating these guys. Like, that's like pre-Wano, that he's not beating Lucci. Base pre-Wano. Is Lucci too low? I can't see Lucci beating any of these people above him, though. Okay, I think the Seraphims can move up. From what what we've seen, I think the Seraphims, except for Avala Pizarro. That looks better, but it still looks wrong. Dory Broggy. Okay, let's see. I'm not gonna list them up individually. That looks right. And I think all that checks out. And then this is like the this is where it gets like really contentious. High Warlord. Because this is the biggest tier. I don't like Reiju being like such a difference between the rest of her brothers because they're all like relative to each other. Like all of German double six are relatives, so I just don't like the idea of any of them being Sabo, but whatever. I might have to move Law. Yeah, I think Law and Virgo have to move down. Mm. Yeah, that looks better. And then I want to put hack like there. I think Carrot is like top of Heidi World, sure. Who's top of here? Probably Frankie. I can't see like any of these people beating Frankie, like truly. I think all the vice admirals are like relative to each other, so put all them there. Then I'd put I feel like Monet would beat most of the vice admirals though. So I might put Monet there, and I also might put Sugar. And maybe, yeah. I think Robin goes here. Brooke goes above Robin. So then Giola would go there. I'd put Helmeppo above Brooke. Robin would be there though, also. I say Rebecca beats all of the fodder Crudia Coliseum fuckers. Then I feel like the New World Pirates would also beat them. And I feel like they'd beat the Vice Admirals bar Hina. So I think Squard, Doma, the Calvin Brothers, and Whitey Bay just all might be above the Vice Admirals. And then Chopper beats all the Crudia Coliseum fuckers, actually. Yeah, so true. I think Caribou's also beating most all of these dipshits. Usopp beats Buggy. I think Buggy beats all of the new fishermen. Does he? No. I think Buggy just might be at the bottom of the New World. And then Fisher Tiger, I want to put above all of them because I like Fisher Tiger. Low New World. I can see Vanderdecken beating everyone in Low New World, actually. High Grand Line. That's already pretty, like, ordered. That's pretty well ordered, actually. Grand Line. I don't like none of these. Like I'd say, I would say Gear Third Luffy. Gatekeeps Grand Line. Okay, I think that's the list. That yeah, I can't see any like further revisions to be made. Truth be told. That looks good to me. I think I did it. I think I ranked every, like, not dog shit One Piece character from weakest to strongest. Strongest being Emu, weakest being Kobe. I did it. I wasted my life. Thank you for watching. I'm not doing this again until the end of Elbaf. Bye.